Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. It's me, ShellshockPrime, and this is the first Retro Night of 2026. It's Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. Good to see you, Noble Boy. Good to see you, Kaiju. Good to see you, Dragon. We are here because the current theme for this month, we have two this month, but we're going to do one this week and we're going to do one next week. I'll announce what the one for next week is at the end of the broadcast, at the end of the stream. So tonight we're going to be showcasing the Sega Channel. So we're going to talk about, we're going to showcase all the games you could not find anywhere else, as well as special versions of games that already exist in some shape or form. So what exactly is the Sega Channel? I'll get to that in a minute. But first and foremost, here is the schedule. We still have a big schedule coming up, because obviously we have Smash tomorrow and Kirby Air Riders on Sunday. We already did a lot of Final Fantasy X, and we also did some Mario Party on Monday. But the lineup is basically various games that will be played from the Sega Channel. That's pretty much just what tonight's lineup is. You have to see for yourself as to what I'm doing, because there's a lot. There's a lot that I'm planning, and I'm looking forward to seeing just how that's going to go. Anyway, so what exactly is Sega Channel? Let's talk about it. Sakurai Weekend. So what exactly is Sega Channel? Here's what Sega Channel is. So it is a service that Sega had provided to many Genesis owners throughout the United States back in 1994 when it started. They would team up with multiple cable companies at the time, including Time Warner, or rather Roadrunner, like Time Warner, now known as Spectrum. And they would have a device that you attach to the Sega Genesis where you would be able to scroll through menus and be able to try out like Sega Genesis games that you could just completely download and be able to play. It was ahead of its time. Like, there wasn't anything like it at the time. The fact that Sega did something like this, and it was only in the United States, and I think Canada might have had it. I'm not sure, but definitely United States for sure. The service lasted until 1998. So they kept it going until 1998, but you were able to have like games you could just download as long. And the thing is that Sega Channel wasn't free. You had to subscribe to get it. You had to pay a monthly subscription to be able to keep Sega Channel. You would have the device, but you would not be able to use it until you have the subscription. That's how it worked. That's how it worked at the time. Unfortunately, I didn't really know that many people who had a Sega Channel, so I had no experience whatsoever in regards to how the Sega Channel actually worked. That being said, here's the thing. I've seen some commercials back in the day. I remember they had Phil Moore from Nick Arcade advertising it. They would get a bunch of people. There'd be like some random kids pop up and just advertise the thing. There were these commercials that made it sound so cool, but you had to had a participating cable provider, and mine wasn't. And even if it was, there was no way my parents were going to allow that. Like a subscription service that they would have to pay like a certain fee a month back then. They weren't going to do that. But like I said, they were ahead of their time. Kind of reminds me of the Satellaview. Yeah, the Satellaview is a very similar service, but unlike Sega Channel, where it's only in the United States, the Satellaview is only in Japan, and that lasted like a long time until I think 2000 or 2001. It might be around that time that they lasted until like it lasted a long time. I couldn't even get my parents to buy me in the magazine subscription. Yeah, the magazine subscriptions for me, that was not until later. Although I did have one back in '94, around the time when GameStop used to be FuncoLand in my area, um, and I had a Game Informer subscription that lasted from July 1994 all the way up to June of 1995. But that's going to be for a future retro night. Like I might actually showcase because I want to showcase Nintendo Power in the future as well as like other gaming magazines. But that's something I'll showcase. Like you see me like showcase select issues of different magazines, and I'll read stuff that came from those magazines. Maybe not the whole magazine, but at least like some of the important key parts. And we would either skip the advertisements or look at the advertisements that are funny to look at. But that's gonna be for the but that's a future retro night, like Nintendo Power and also gaming magazines. Um, I also want to do demo discs. I want to do a night filled with just demo discs from the PlayStation era or like the GameCube era, PS2, Xbox. Um, but I'm probably gonna do like the first one, which would be about PlayStation Underground, like where they had like demo discs where you could be able to try out current and upcoming games, and you could also be able to watch trailers and see some behind the scenes stuff or some other videos that's related to like PlayStation games. So that's a retro night I would like to do, like PlayStation Underground in the future, and then I would do demo discs from like the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox era. So for Sega Channel, in terms of what I'm planning to show off, I'm gonna start off with the menus, and I'm gonna see what works and what doesn't work. There's stuff that I tested. There were quite a few things that didn't work. Like there was a Berenstain Bears Pico Sega Pico game that does not work when I tried it, but apparently it works for some people. But I couldn't get it to work for me. Um, Not that I really mind, to be honest. Um, there was also Waterworld. I might have to try that again to see if that works. But there's been a lot of games that have worked. There's games that were exclusive and never ported to any platform ever. There were games that were only on the Sega Channel in cart form, like they were in cart form outside of the United States, but were available digitally on the Sega Channel. There were also games that existed on other platforms over here, but the Genesis version was canceled. Except the fact that it turns out that they actually had Sega Genesis versions after all, but you could only get them on the Sega Channel. Um, and we're gonna showcase one of those games when we get there. Um, we're also gonna showcase um, special versions of certain games on the Sega Channel, like Sega Genesis games where they had to strip them down because they had a big file size that was close to exceeding the limit at the time. So, for example, there would be like Mortal Kombat 3 where half the roster was missing, and then they actually made another version where you got to play the other half of the roster that wasn't in version A. And then there was also one for Super Street Fighter 2, the new challengers, where half the roster is missing. All because they could not fit them all into the download. So all of that stuff that I'm gonna showcase, so you'll get to see just what makes it in. So without further ado, let's get started. I am going to start off with the menus. So this is the Sega Channel. So this is, and the thing is, these are not taken directly from what the Sega Channel used to be. These are recreations. They were all made to resemble how they actually looked. So as you can see right here, this is to emulate the exact experience that people had back in the day when they had the Sega Channel and Sega Genesis. They would have test drives, which are pretty much like trial versions of games that were coming soon or out at the moment. This looks very Toe Jam and Earl. It kind of does. You have the arcade style games. You have sports games, fantasy, the think tank. I'm assuming games where you have to think about it, like probably game show games or educational. Wings and Wheels, like games that allow you to fly. Family games, classics, game guide, loot, news link, and more. Backdrop test. There's a lot more. There's a lot to it. So, for example, if we were to go to test drives, you have to press start to go through. Like you would see the name of the game and who made it. Like Barkley Shut Up and Jam. You got Castlevania Bloodlines, Fatal Fury 2, Jeopardy Deluxe Edition, The Magical Quest, starring Mickey Mouse. Wait, The Magical Quest? Coming attractions. Coming next month. Toe Jam and Earl and Panic on Funkatron. So you'll be able to... Like, the thing is that the games, they rotate every month. So what you may have one month may not appear the following month. So it's acting like it's downloading. But here's the thing. You're not going to be able to play the games directly because of the fact that these are emulating the menus themselves. So you won't be able to play them directly, but it's just to show you just how it actually runs. So that, as you can see right here, it goes back to the intro of the menu. It restarts the menu. It's to show you exactly just how it actually worked. But that's just a taste of how it looked. Like you would have the arcade, sports arena. If you would, let's go to game guide. The logo reminds me of something. Like, yeah, coming soon, game ratings, gameplay help, game categories, and playing Sega Channel, game peripherals, troubleshooting. Like, if you go to coming soon, like, for example, you can win a Sonic Spin, like, they advertise stuff, like you can win a Sonic Spinball game. Read Sega Visions and see the deal that Lifesavers and Sega have going. Have a chance to win valuable prizes and get a rebate too. Check it out. So, was that Echo theme? I'm not sure. But Sega Visions is basically what Sega is to Nintendo. What Nintendo is to Nintendo Power, Sega Visions is to Sega. That's what they had at the time. It didn't last long. It lasted for a few years. That's the thing, like, you have, like, different backdrops as well. Like you can change the music as well. Some of them you can just change the colors. Like they have different backgrounds here. And different music as well. Oh, this sounds like Vector Man music. Like, the way it sounds, it just reminds me of Vector Man. Oh man, it sounds so good. It sounds cool. No, you have not, Derek. You came in as I was just showcasing the menu. So let me reset. Let me start opening up the games. I'll showcase some more menus soon. But let's load a game that we're gonna showcase a prototype right now. So this is a Popeye game that was canceled. It was thought to be canceled. Gonna lower it a little bit. So there was a Popeye game that was planned. It was developed by Technos, American Technos. The same developer who is known for Double Dragon and the River City Ransom games. So that's all the options. It's a sound test. Yeah, I watched a lot of Popeye shows growing up. Cartoon Network aired them a lot. Other than the unusual amount of pirate swabbies littering his boatyard, it was just another beautiful day to Popeye the Sailor Man. But a storm was brewing, and an ugly mess was amiss on the horizon. For unknown to Popeye, at that very moment, his number one enemy, the Sea Hag, was attempting to restore piracy to the high seas. Aided by Popeye's arch rival, Brutus, the Sea Hag lured Olive Oil away from her friends and imprisoned her deep in Hag Fortress. Leaving of his sweet Patooty's misfortune, Popeye and his spinach-powered fists set out on a direct course to rescue his damsel in distress. Not wanting Popeye to face the Sea Hag alone, the two of his magical friends decided to help. Look for Eugene the Jeep and his enchanted orchids, and Bernice the Wiffle Hen and her magical eggs to guide the way and aid Popeye in his quest. This is where our story begins. You can see Popeye reading to Sweet Pea. So, treasures. And they're using the Mortal Kombat text font from the first game. Like for that. That's funny. Popeye's Boatyard. Alright, so A is to throw something, B is to punch, and C is to jump. X, Y, and Z do nothing. Wow. I mean, for Genesis standards, the visual style's not bad. But it's funny how they actually planned a Popeye game at this late in the Genesis life cycle, and it never released. We can collect spinach as well. Alright, we got a ride. Boom. I can get an extra life over there. Hey, Fights. Good to see you. How's the Popeye? Well, it's interesting. The thing is, this game never actually released, ever. So the fact that this was actually found, like with all the Sega Channel stuff, is wild. So basically, like, we pretty much have gaming's lost media right here. Because all of this was discovered a month ago. It's too high. That sound font for this game sounds PC as hell. It absolutely does. If anything, it sounds more like it does from Amiga, from like the 90s. It might have. But it was supposed to be on Genesis. Oh, bonus stage. What the? Wait, what? Huh? It just ended like that? Wow, okay. Enemy from behind the starting level. Yeah, that was not good. That's not a good way. That's not good game design. Just to place an enemy in the back, like, ha, gotta keep you on your toes. It should not work like that. It's stupid. Ow, 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 ow. Now, if only I could get me spinach. Yeah, I'm getting green peas, but I should get some spinach. Ow! So it's like those Doom levels with the monsters behind you. I see. Hey, Kevin. Thank you. How do I get to the other side, though? Thank you for that, Derek. I can't punch that. Thank you for checking in. I think I might see why this game was never released. It wasn't really designed well. Like it looks fine for what it is. Like, Popeye doesn't look bad. It's just the game is weird. But then again, you know how licensed games were back in the day. They weren't really all that good. Barring a couple of exceptions. Oh, I cannot ride on that. Huh? This should have been where the level started, or right here, not where that enemy was. Wow. Now, how do I even get over there? If this is a dead end, then that must be a good reason why it's not released. Yeah. Well, blow me down. Hey Nova, good to see you. Yeah, like, we're doing Sega Channel stuff right now, and the thing about this game is Popeye, this Popeye game was never officially released. It was canceled. Hey, Julie Jelly. Ow. Well, blow me down. Yeah, this should have stayed buried. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thanks for the 5th. Try again, landlubber. Yep, this should have stayed buried, never. But at least we got to see it. All right, next up, let's look at some more prototypes. What about this one? Oh shit. Guess what? You wanna know what time it is? It's Yogi Bear for Sega Genesis. What game do you want to add?
Here comes Yogi!
Phantom Dust. I will make sure to write that down right now. It's your favorite game of all time? Nice. Looking forward to checking that one out, Vice. What's the good news regarding the stuff that you were talking to me about today? Free to download on PC? All right. So this was a Yogi Bear game. It was officially released in Europe, but it was canceled here. Through Xbox? Okay. Anyway, so this was a Yogi Bear game that never made it to the United States. Like, seems like they planned to do it, but it got canceled. But it did see a European release. Yeah, like, so, I have to add phantom dust to the wheel. So you could only jump. You bounce on the picnic baskets. Yeah, it's to add a game. You found out that you and Azrin's panels got accepted while you were at Panera watching K-pop Demon Hunters after you saw the news. ADHD went into overdrive. Film was great, though, but what a wild time. Yeah, absolutely. It does not sound Yogi Bear. I don't even know what this is supposed to sound like. It's so weird. Yeah, I'm collecting clocks, but I don't know what this is, what they're for. No, picnic baskets don't flow like that. Also, where's Boo Boo? And where's Ranger Smith? Ah, gotta get that back. It was a piece of cake. A Ranger Smith boss fight? You know, I've always wondered what a Yogi Bear video game would look like as a kid. And after seeing this now, I don't know if I would have liked that as a kid. I completely lost that cake. Hey, Silver. Hey, Boo Boo, you find that picnic basket? Why, yes, Yogi, I found it. Good, because I'm smarter than the average bear. Yep, Sega Channel. I was playing a Popeye game that got canceled before this. Oh yeah. So now we go to the next level of the Jellystone. It's no business. Stage 2. It really was. Ow! The Xbox Game Pass of his day, almost. More or less. Like, you can't attack anything. All you can do is jump. Ow! I lost all the cake. So, losing a cake is what nets you to lose a life. Not when you will fall off. But Yogi's supposed to be a nice bear. All he does is love food. The game design is awful, by the way. I'm assuming that if you collect 99 of these things, you get an extra piece of cake. You get an extra life. This game is really bad, by the way. Think you'd rather play as a certain gorilla? Yeah. Yogi Bear was my childhood. I used to love Yogi Bear. Because I grew up with a lot of the Hanna-Barbera characters like Huckleberry Hound, Snagglepuss, Top Cat. I actually like Top Cat. Like one of my favorite of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons from that era. But it premiered as a sitcom from like back in the 1960s for prime time, just like the Flintstones, because the Flintstones was so successful that they had to make some more shows to fit that time slot. But Top Cat was not a success, so they just lumped them in with Yogi Bear and his friends. Like I remember there was a show, like there were two shows, like there was Yogi's Ark, and then there was another one called The Fantastic Treasure Hunt. The second show had Top Cat as a boss, as the one that gives Yogi and his friends orders on what to do, like a mission, whatever. El Kabong, yes. Yeah, that would be Quick Draw McGraw. That's his alter ego. I can't believe that this was even the thing. Because like growing up, I never knew that there was even a Yogi Bear game until I watched the Sega Channel video. Like you fall off and you lose a slice of cake. I wonder if Ranger Smith is a boss in this game. But it would make sense if he's the final boss. In North America, it was. It was only released in Europe in cartridge form. But this could have actually been canceled too. But apparently it was found in the files. In terms of who found them, you could thank the Video Game History Foundation for hosting them. But there's been individuals who were part of multiple game preservation communities that took the time to discover these games and put them onto the internet. I'm sick of this game, by the way. I am gonna switch off to another one. Actually, hold up. I want to see if before we switch, I want to see if the next area is a boss. I feel like there's not much difference for any of these stages. I thought speedrun the level. Let's try that. I think they wanted Yogi Bear to try to be as fast as Sonic, which he obviously isn't. But the speed is disorienting. There was no way you were gonna make Yogi Bear as fast as Sonic. There was no fucking way you were gonna make him as fast as Sonic. Wow, that was actually pretty fast. Awful games block? Sure. Wow. This game. I don't know what to think about this game. I think, actually, no, I do know what to think about it. It's not really good. Like, I'm just walking and jumping. Like, what the fuck am I really supposed to do? Like, yeah, I'm not impressed with this. The sad thing is I kind of think this is a better game than that Popeye game that I played, but it's still not good. And I completely speedran that level too. Don't feed the bears.
Smarter than the average bear?
Okay. Fast food fiasco. Catch 75 morsels for 1 up. That's so stupid. What? Wow. We're done with this game. We are done with this game, by the way. We are so fucking done with this game. Oh my god. 1 miss and the bonus ends. Oh my god. We are done. All right. Next. All right. Let's check this one out. Wild Snake. What is this game? Spectrum Holobyte. Bulletproof software. Huh. Developed by Lucasfilm. So it's a puzzle game. It's like Tetris, but with snakes. Okay. I dig the concept, but you know how I am with snakes. So the glowing ones can get rid of any of the colored snakes. Insert Indiana Jones quote here. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Julie Jelly. I don't understand this. I mean, I understand this game. I just don't understand why snakes. Surprised this wasn't in the Tetris collection. Because it is Tetris with snakes. It would have fit right in. But the classical game of Snake better? Yeah. It's like as time moves on, they introduce new colors. Oh, the top left, you see what's coming up next. It might be. Can't believe this was even a thing. "58 Snakes." Rattler. Yeah, I picked. Yep. So this is the third game I showed off. Like, I showed off the Popeye game, and then I showed off a Yogi Bear game that I just could not believe was even a thing. And this is Wild Snake. This is from Spectrum Holobyte and Bulletproof Software. So this is apparently a prototype. I don't know if I don't know if this game was even canceled. I'm actually going to take a look into this one, because I've actually never even heard of this one. Wild Snake. It's basically Tetris, but with snakes. Okay, so the Sega Genesis version was canceled, as was Game Gear. It did see a release on Super Nintendo and Game Boy. Didn't the Yogi Bear game get a full release on Super Nintendo? Let me actually see. All right, Yogi Bear Super video game. Like, there was multiple video games for Yogi Bear, but the first one was a Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum game. But let me see what else was around. Video games. It would be Adventures of Yogi Bear. Also, it did get a Super Nintendo release in North America. The Sega Genesis release, it was only in Europe, but the North American version was actually canceled. But then it turned out that it actually was on the Sega Channel, or at least it was slated to be. And then you got this game. It did see release on Super Nintendo and Genesis and Game Boy, but it was canceled on Genesis. So this is just a prototype. So let's showcase what the next one's gonna be. All right, so we got a couple of other prototypes. I want to showcase this one right here. This one is the April 1995 prototype of Light Crusader, which did see a release. So data is broken. So, yep, this is definitely a prototype for sure.
Thank you.
But it's in Japanese. I do plan to play this game eventually. So I remember this being an action-adventure, action RPG from Treasure. Oops. We're passing by a graveyard. Or cemetery, whatever you want to call it. We can't progress around there. What's... Save fail. Oh yeah, because you can't exactly save on the Sega Channel. Or maybe you can. But either way. I really have no clue where I'm supposed to go, but at the same time, like, maybe this way? But this is only a prototype, so you can't really progress too much. I think this was mainly left in here for testing purposes. Alright, then let's switch out. Like, there's really not much I can do here. But I'll play the full game in the future. Alright, next up, let's see what we got. What's this one? Shadows of the Wind prototype. Sega Mega Drive. So what type of game is this? This game has no sound effects. I left for a bit because the Yogi Baby music was driving me up a wall, but I'm back now. What's next? So, I don't know anything about this game, but it's called Shadows of the Wind, but there's no sound effects at all. Like, this game, you can tell, has no sound whatsoever. So I could see that this is a martial arts action game, but was this even released? Was it even canceled? I've never even heard of this one, but I was looking at the prototypes. Can't even go up. I see what they're going for. Alter piece of shite game. I see what they're going for here, but I can't go up. Would I be able to reach this? No, I will not. I can't even do anything here. All right. Data differences from retail. Actually, hold up. Actually, let me go back real quick. Let's do let's look at some more menus. I want to see something. At least they tried, yeah. What's this one right here? Well, the logo's different. Sega News. It on the channel. Top 10. Echo the Dolphin. Cool Spot. Shining Force. Tasmania. What about them? Icy duo of funk return to Genesis in a jammin' journey through space. Coolin' tunes and fresh graphics makes Funkatron the galaxy's hottest spot. The funk begins next month. This is supposed to be about Toe Jam and Earl Funk on Panic on Funkatron. Play it on Sega Channel. Top 10. Jurassic Park, X-Men, Cyborg Justice, Joe Montana 93, Sonic 2, Shinobi 3, Echo the Dolphin, Cool Spot, Shining Force, and Tasmania. Huh, that was their top 10? But what was the top 10 based on in terms of what was the most played? Tournament of Eternal Champions. Oh wow, Eternal Champions. I remember that game. Join the Tournament of Eternal Champions 12 City Tour. See details in Electronic Gaming Monthly. Win Sega hardware and software. Eternal Champions clothing, including jackets, hats, and pins. Sonic 3. Make sure you check out Sonic 3 now. Play on sneak peeks. Play levels of Sonic unavailable anywhere else. Only on the channel this month only. Wait, huh? Was this when they were teasing levels that would be in Sonic and Knuckles? Was that what they were teasing? Was that it? Because, like, I don't think they've actually done that. I don't think they've showcased any of those levels, like Flying Battery or Mushroom Hill or anything like that. I just don't understand. Like, what were they teasing? All right, let's look at the rest of the menu real quick. Sneak peeks. Top 10. This menu had to have been from 1984. I think this might have been like sometime in 94. They were just trying to figure out what type of menu they wanted to go with. Because that was the year when they got it. Sonic 3. So let's check out the actual games. I just wanted to showcase another menu, but there's one thing I want to showcase here from this menu. But it's cool to see what they were going for here with the service. Oh god, Art Alive. This month only. Win a Sonic Spinball game. Read Sega Visions and see the deal that Lifesavers and Sega have going. Have a chance to win valuable prizes and get a rebate too. Check it out. Far out, dudes. They were ahead of their time. Absolutely ahead of their time, like with Sega Channel, like, because all of this was like before, this was before, like, we had, Game Pass, before we had, like, all these services that we have right now. This was, like, 1994. Alright, let's showcase a game. Let's see how long I spent time on it. Let's do Sega Channel variants. So, I'm going to showcase Super Street Fighter 2, the new challengers. And this is where you see, like, something funny about it. Because they had to sacrifice some stuff in order to make the download work. Here we go. super mode, normal, or expert? I wonder what they mean by expert. As you can see, you only have half of the roster. You can't play as Honda, Balrog, Ken, Vega, Fei Long, Zangief, Dalsim, or Sagat. The reason is because of the fact that they had to fit they had to fit this game into the Sega Channel service. Nice. I did, however, used to play this version of the game growing up with my brother. Nice. Let's go. You only have 8 stages. So you only face against Vega and Bison. It's funny how they managed to have a limited roster and still be able to manage to let you download the game. Unfortunately, they never had another version of the game where you had the other half of the roster. Because what I would have done was had the other half of the roster but still have Bison. Because you need Bison as he's the last boss. So you want to use Ken, you want to use Honda and all them. Sagat. Yatta! Oh. So we get the bonus stages early. There we go. Guile.
Round 1, fight.
Oh, I think I remember what the expert mode was. You fight all 16 characters in the ladder rather than 12. But here you, oh yeah, because this is stable here because the fact that you only have 8.
Round 2, fight.
Stop turtling. Stop turtling. even touch the ground and he did that. Fuck off.
Round 3, fight.
Honestly, having a limited roster is kind of like having a demo. But then there were demos of fighting games that came later where you just only have like 2 to 4 characters and that's all you get. And then if you wanted the full version, you had to buy it. Remember Xbox Live Arcade? That's something they used to do. Maybe I should do a retro night at Xbox Live Arcade at some point.
England.
Like the 360 era, because that was they had some pretty experimental games back then. Yeah.
You win. Round 2, fight.
There we go.
You win.
Let's go. Oh, the second bonus stage. This was the console exclusive bonus stage. Because this one replaced the drum can. Like the drum can in Zangief's stage.
All right, that's cool.
Nice. Chun-Li.
China. Round 1, fight.
There's another fighting game I'm going to show off after this. Well, actually, there's another one where they did the same shit.
Win. Round 2, fight.
Nice, I caught her.
You win. Mexico. Round 1, fight.
We'll beat T-Hawk here. By the way, in Street Fighter Alpha 3, T-Hawk is the worst character in the game in terms of like the fact that he's completely unbalanced. And even with the recent patch on Capcom Fight Collection 2, they still haven't fixed them. And people are demanding for him to get fixed because he shouldn't play like that. Like, his hitboxes just don't seem to work in that game. Like, here, it works. There we go. The barrel bonus stage. Ryu.
Japan. Round 1, fight. Hadouken! Hadouken!
Ow.
Round 2, fight. Hadouken! Hadouken!
There we go. We're going to have a round 3.
Round 3, fight.
Ah.
Japan. Round 1, fight.
Ah. Ah. Let's try again.
9.
Like, Balrog Vega and Zagata are not here, but Bison's here.
Japan. Round 1, fight. Hadouken! 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 Hadouken!
Ah, fuck you.
You lose. Round 2, fight. Hadouken! Hadouken! Hadouken!
Screw it. Let's showcase the next one. So, for Sega Channel variants, here's one. They did the same thing for Mortal Kombat 3. Alright. Let's showcase this game. Here we go. You get half the roster. You get 8 characters here, and then the others are locked.
Sub-Zero. Outstanding. Round 1, fight. Sub-Zero wins.
Nice.
Round 2, fight.
Very responsive.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins.
Cabal.
Round 1, fight.
Nice.
Zero wins. Round 2, fight.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Is it because of the fact that there was a stage that was not in that version? What? What the fuck, man? Holy shit. Let's look at part B. Look at this. You want to see the roster for part B? Holy fuck, man. Wow. Pretty much the other half. But there are a few characters that are in both.
Outstanding. Round one, fight. Shiva wins. Round two, fight.
There we go.
Wins. Round three, fight. Shiva wins.
All right. That's the Mortal Kombat 3 Sega Channel version where they split the game in half. There was version A and version B, and they split the roster. All right, let's look at this one right here. Virtua Fighter 2. Let's check it out. You only get 5 characters: Akira, Pai, Lau, Jeffrey, and Jackie.
Fight one. Ready.
Nice. I look forward to our next bout.
Fight! 1. Ready!
That's Akita stage.
Fight! 2. Ready! Fight! 3. Ready!
Oh shit. Wow, that was clutch.
Time over. You win.
I'm faster than lightning.
Fight! 1. Ready!
Jump wild. Let's go.
Fight! 2. Ready!
Nice. Nothing beats Jeet Kune Do, baby.
Fight! 1. Ready!
That's Sour stage.
Fight! 2. Ready! Fight! 1. Ready! Fight! 2. Ready!
Ah. All right, we're gonna switch out. All right, let me go right here. So here's one. Let me actually showcase this one right here. Give me 1 second. So this was the thing. The Flintstones for Sega Genesis, based on the movie. This game actually did see a release on the Super Nintendo, but it was canceled for Sega Genesis. And it was planned to go to the Sega Channel, but I guess it did not happen. But it was found. There were plans. Here we go. That's it. That's the stage. Trying to figure out how to get up there. How do I get up there? Trying to figure out how to get up there. And you can't jump on the enemy. You see what I'm saying? I can't even get up there. How the fuck do I even get up there? Huh? Oh my god. Trying to figure out what am I supposed to do here. Am I supposed to climb up here? How the hell am I supposed to get up there? Apparently, it did release on the Sega Channel in 1996, but briefly. Oh my god, that was it? It still works to create clips, but the message just doesn't seem to work because it's supposed to show the URL. I'm trying to fix it. So you have to press jump at the right time. And press up. How was I supposed to know that? How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Like, I thought that the release of this game was canceled on Genesis, but it turns out, like I said, that it had a very brief Sega Channel run in 1996. About like a year or 2 years after it released on the Super Nintendo and Game Boy. Yeah. Yeah, this game sucks. It absolutely does. I honestly don't know what else to say about that game. So, next up, what am I going to showcase? Let's show off what's next. Let's see. We go back. All right. Let's see. Exclusives. I know what I'm going to showcase. So, the next game I'm going to showcase had a game that did release, but it turns out that it actually was missing some levels. And those levels you could only find on Sega Channel. So, the game I'm referring to is Garfield Caught in the Act, The Lost Levels. Like, they had more levels planned, but it didn't make it to the final game. Normal or kitty? They should have just called it different. Instead of normal, they should have just called it normal. I wonder what they meant by animation here. Or kitty animation. Or kitty difficulty. Alright, here we go. Season finale. We really wanted to pull off a slippery, slidey player control for this level. We think we came pretty close, but didn't quite achieve that Sonic-like fluidity. While many times the look of a background can go through many changes, this level stayed with the original look. We opted for a whimsical setting, the Winter Wonderland. The larger rotating snowflakes added to the magic. They were done in 3D and hand-touched. We added 3 layered snow bands to give some depth. The sleepy sun and rising moon with stars was a big influence from watching too many Saturday morning cartoons. See how time flies when you're having fun? This was one of the most enjoyable backgrounds to work on. So basically, you're in some sort of a winter wonderland. So, A is to throw items. B is to use a club. B is to attack. And C is to jump. Ow. I've never played the actual Card of the Act. But it's interesting how they managed to get those lost levels back. Pookie. But yeah, this is pretty neat though. Someday I'll play the actual game, but it's just nice that the lost levels were actually discovered. So if I ever decide to stream Caught in the Act, I will do the lost levels for this game after the fact. Did not intend for that to rhyme, but it happened. I'm assuming Pookie's a checkpoint. Uh-oh.
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
I'm supposed to fight her? Gotta figure out how to get up there. Oh. I only got one hit. I was hoping to get more. So when one of the giant icicles comes down, I got 3 hits in. I wonder how many more I can get before I finish this level. Two hits. Damn it, I almost got one more in there. Alright. There we go. Got him. I can definitely tell you right now, this is better than both Yogi Bear and Popeye. Way better. I mean, it's not amazing or anything, but it's decent. Alien landscape. Toot toot. Yes. Hello. This is Garfield. I would like to order an extra large pepperoni pizza. What? You don't have pizzas? This is not the pizza delivery? This is the pay-per-view movie channel? What if I ordered a movie and John gets me pizza? So any movie I like, huh? Oh, so you have something special? Something I have never seen before? Something about a planet with pink melting plants and floating eyeballs? Something to explore my limits and boldly go where no cat has gone before? What's that? What do you mean to watch out for a space dog? Well, here we go. We got a space level. Let's check it out. So you can see the jump motion because gravity. Oh, I fell. Not supposed to fall in there. I was trying to get onto these platforms, but I kind of slipped. The thing is, I see exactly where, like, the developers here are coming from with making these levels. It's a shame that, like, they had to split the game in half. Like, half in the cartridge and the other half was on Sega Channel. Huh? What the fuck did it took me? Oh. There's collectibles here, but you're supposed to throw them. At least got rid of him. And that was a checkpoint. Like, the game itself is alright for what it is. But it's just interesting to have these levels that were never actually released in the cartridge. Pookie. So at least if I die, I can go back to the checkpoint. A slice of pizza. Also, fuck Paramount Skydance, because they've recently, it was reported that they canceled a Garfield TV series that never made it into air. I mean, I may not be the biggest fan of modern Nickelodeon these days. At least give it a chance, and if it's bad, then, like, you can cancel it. Then again, I'm still pretty pissed off at them with the whole, like, canceling the Last Ronin live-action movie, all because they want their very first live-action Ninja Turtles movie to not be rated R under, under Paramount Skydance, of course. But yeah. So what? It's not like you can't make, like, more than one movie. You very well can. And also different audiences. There will be some overlap, yes. But you can make a movie that's more, like, family friendly, and then you can make one that's for, like, a more adult-centered audience. And they actually mentioned that the next Ninja Turtles movie, they want to, quote unquote, Sonicify the movie. Whatever the fuck that means. Which, by their logic, they already did that. Mutant Mayhem. It was a good movie. So this is the Space Dog. The problem is that Mutant Mayhem underperformed the box office because it was due to bad timing. There was a writer's strike and there was an actor's strike going on at the exact same time. It's not to say the movie failed at the box office. It did all right for what it was, but it could have done a lot better. And all the actors in the movie were not, because of union, they were not allowed to promote the movie because of the strike. As we shouldn't. We gotta go get that remote. There we go. Let's show off this next one. Casablanca. If ever there were a level that Garfield would love to hate, the L train would be the one. Besides the extreme pigeon poking, he also has to avoid "Here comes the train," and a dangerous train it is. With enough technology and development for a game of its own, the level tests the limits of the hardware as well as the wits of the player, as this L train and its dangerous passengers try to keep Garfield at his lost status. The secret of his and your success is merely sandwiched between its pseudo 3D layers. Alright, let's see what's it about. Oh. So everything's black and white except for Garfield. Well, mostly. What the fuck? That was actually the first time I died. The train will kill you. Oh, there was a remote. I think if I timed it right, I can get to the remote, and I think that takes me out of the level. I want to try something. So you can't touch the front of the train. Express. What the fuck? Let me see something. Nightmare Fuel Garfield is Pokemon characters? Oh boy. Oh, nice. Oh, I see. There's certain spots you're not supposed to touch. Okay. Bad idea. I gotta figure out what the hell am I supposed to do. Alright. I don't understand what I don't understand what you're supposed to do in this level. I was Huh? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm just gonna switch games. All right, but that was the lost levels of Garfield card in the act. I might do the full game in the future, but I wanted to showcase how it was. All right. So next up, let me go to Sega Channel exclusives. Let's try out. Let's see if Waterworld works. Hey, Mr. Retro Troll, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. What were you streaming tonight? For whatever reason,
Make it a blockbuster night.
thanks for the follow. All follower alerts are anonymous, but thank you so much. For whatever reason, I cannot actually get this game to work, so it's just a black screen. So we'll try out a different game instead. WWF WrestleMania Arcade. Oh, that's a really good game. I used to play that. All right, so let's try out Breakthrough. Let's see if this works. Spectrum Holobyte. So this is a Alexei Pajitnov game. Breakthrough. But there's a problem. I can't move. So we can't play this game. Yo, Johnny Boombots, good to see you. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream, Retro Troll. Good to see you, Johnny Boombots. Hope you're doing good. So Breakthrough, for whatever reason, doesn't work for me. I'm good. Just showcasing Sega Channel. There's been some pretty cool stuff. But let's show off some variants of some games. Let's show off a test drive of Adventures of Batman and Robin. So this was based off of like the third season of Batman the Animated Series, where they rebranded it to The Adventures of Batman and Robin. I'm gonna lower the TV, the game a little bit, because this one's actually louder than the others. So The Adventures of Batman and Robin. But I've been doing good. How have you been? This game's great, but man was hard. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Play as Batman or Robin? I'm gonna play as Batman. We got the Batmobile. Level 1, happy birthday to me. There was another Adventures of Batman and Robin game for the Super Nintendo. I want to play that one too and see how that is. I've heard people say that this one's better, but both are good. But they're different games. Because the one for Super Nintendo is from Konami, and this one is from Sega. So this one's like a platformer slash beat 'em up. So C is to throw stuff. The Bank of Gotham City. Joker's henchman. But one thing that Joker always realizes that without Batman, he would be bored out of his fucking mind. But yeah, this is pretty good though. That gets rid of all the enemies that are on the screen. We can move. There was also a Batman Returns game for the Super Nintendo that was a beat 'em up. It was more closer to Final Fight in terms of gameplay. It was pretty good.
Fighters ready. Engage.
Ow. Fuck.
You lose.
God damn it. It's Mr. Freeze. I go back to the beginning of the level. Yeah, I can see that this game being really hard. Holy crap. That was hard. So the X, Y, and Z buttons do nothing because this did not support the 6 buttons. But yeah, this is great. This is pretty interesting. Got this. I died.
Are you ready? Go!
Fuck. Alright, we'll switch games. That was hard. Alright, Sega Channel variants. Let's see what this test drive Comic Zone is like. Because I played Comic Zone in the past, and I think it's a really great game. But I wonder, what did they do here? Was it like a short version of the game? Let's see this. I don't remember this music. I don't remember this track being in the game. Might just be me. Can I kill you here? But I know a perfect place to do it. Have a nice trip. This one was in the game.
Test 1, 2.
One of my favorites. Sega. Yeah, that's actually good. You can customize to whatever you want. There's debug. Yeah, this track was not in the actual game. It was different. I rented this game from Blockbuster years ago. I fucking love Blockbuster. I know it was mentioned earlier, but yeah, I love Blockbuster. Hence the Retro Night theme going with the classic Blockbuster. Yeah! Hurrah! He was supposed to say see ya to his opponents. I guess he doesn't say that yet. Let's try both of them. Come here, bro. Forced to come here. It's a bit glitchy. So it just ends like that. This is just a trial version of the game.
Test 1, 2.
There was a second trial version of it. I want to see what's so different about it.
Test 1, 2.
So this one was a second one that they did. Let's see exactly just what's different about this one. Okay, this one was in the game. This track. Hold on a moment. For the record, it does not show the name of the episode that you're in. This is our turf. All right, now he's gonna see ya.
Well done, Turner.
It's still a little glitchy. There we go. Mid boss. There we go. Well, no, he's not dead yet. There we go. Which is too high. I don't like this crate. Watch out.
Well done, Turner.
There we go. So I pay you the big bucks. Yeah, I'm just a starving artist. What the fuck? I died. Ah, free at last. In this body of flesh and bone. I'm about to rock this world. Nice knowing you, Sketch Turner.
Test 1, 2.
Alright, let's switch out. Alright, so next up. So those are the trial versions of Comic Zone. Man, I would love to get a sequel to that. Please, Sega, do it. You're reviving a lot of your classic series. Can you make can you make the Comic Zone another one, please? Get Lizard Cube to do it. Actually, let that be their next project. Lizard Cube should do that. They would make it. They would do a fantastic job. All right. So next up, let's go into Sega Channel variants. What is this one? WSBB 90. Oh, World Series Baseball, of course. Oh, so that's what this is. I wonder what is so special about this one. Atlanta at Cleveland. I guess you're only allowed to play the exhibition mode, and that's it. Between Atlanta or Cleveland. I'll be Atlanta.
Next up, for the Braves, the center fielder.
Wow, like that's kind of dark.
9.
Slow, medium, or fast? Damn it. Contact normal power.
Now batting, for the Braves, the shortstop, number 4.
Damn it. I was off. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to this one. All right, next, Sega Channel variants. Let's do this one. X-Men 2 Clone Wars. This was one of the test drives. Oh, it just goes to the Sega logo because this game was supposed to have a cold open. Oh, Stars is here. So, you still do this level anyway. But but what happened is that you actually do the title screen, then come here. But in the actual game, it just takes you straight here. I remember renting this game years ago and I enjoyed it. Yeah, so this game is the sequel to the X-Men Genesis game that Sega did in '93. And it brings back the four playable characters, which is Wolverine, Cyclops, Nightcrawler, and Gambit. But adds Beast and Psylocke. And Magneto. Once you beat Magneto, he joins you. There are people who love this game too. And this is actually one of the better X-Men games. Full health. But I think the more health you have, like the better your mutant power is. Or actually, no. You can charge, but you can't move. There we go. And then now you have a choice between 7 characters. Oh, you can play as Magneto already. Apocalypse. Nice. Fuck you. Let's try Wolverine. Shellshock, welcome to die. We got this. I hope you're doing good, Zeno. Woo! Oh, fuck. Ow. Fuck you. Alright, let's try a different character. Let's try Gambit. Actually, no, Psylocke. Come on. Oh, this is X-Men 2. Because I'm doing the whole test drives thing where they have like, where it's pretty much trials, but it shows you the title screen and then goes to the actual first level of the game, which was used for the cold open. Because they actually stripped some stuff down just to show trials of how like some games were like for people to try them out back then. Yeah, so there's also some prototypes that I found. There was also some stuff I was trying to load, but they weren't working. For whatever reason, there was a puzzle game called Breakthrough that could not work. That was an Alexei Pajitnov game too. I can't get that to work. The same thing goes for the War-to-World Genesis port. That does not work. And neither does the Bernstein Bears game. But I did try out Garfield Cardiac Lost levels. It's pretty cool. Thank you. Enjoy Lufia too, dude. Maybe someday I'll do a full playthrough of this and the other Genesis X-Men game. Alright, let me switch off. Let me switch off and show off a different game. I have no idea. Like I think it might be just a short level anyway, but it's hard. I forgot. I remember the final boss being like a bunch of clones that you had to fight against, like clones of like every character that you play as, including a clone of Magneto. Because you get Magneto later in the game, but for whatever reason you get him like right off the bat in this demo. Let's look at some menus from like. Let me check this one over here. I haven't seen this one yet. Alright, so they use a different Sonic sprite. And then they have this. This was a bit different. Body count. Bubsy, Chuck Rock, Earthworm Jim 2, Echo. What is body count? What is this game? Aliens from all parts of the universe have joined forces to destroy our world. It's your job as a soldier of the resistance to fight off the alien forces and find out their plan. Never heard of it. Cheater, cheater. The Circle of Knights have the code to give you. The Wild Thing 2000 in Road Rash 2. At the title screen, press and hold up A and C, then press start. Now, when you go to the bike shop, the lovely Wild Thing should be yours to choose. All right, give me 1 second real quick. All right. Sorry about that. Just had to check something. Trivia. Psycho Cat thanks the Rat Queen from Denver, Colorado for this trivia. When and where was the first airplane successfully flown? Hint, it wasn't in 1903 at Kitty Hawk. Look for the answer in next month's news link. Oh, that's how they did it. I do like the backgrounds for the Sega Channel menus. Let me take a look at another menu. Let me see if I find anything later on. What about this one? All right. Info pin. Dark Lord's Dark Room, ready for a good old limb from losing fighting game? Well, step right into the Dark Room this month for Time Killers. There's 8 fighters to battle it out in Depth's arena. If you have the skills to defeat your challengers, then you must face the champion of the afterlife, Death himself. All right. Let me load up another game. All right. So what we'll do is Battle Frenzy. What is this game? Domark. Oh, this one. I've seen this before. So this is a first-person shooter. Oh, it was a mine. You're not supposed to say mine. What is the goal of this game? I remember seeing it before, but I never understood it. All I know is that this was a first-person shooter from for the Genesis back in '94. This is where I started from. Like, aren't I supposed to go through a door? There we go. There was a secret room. Well, he's dead. Get key. Maybe that's the key. I feel like this game should not have been on Sega Genesis. I feel like this game, what they're going for, is way too demanding for what the Genesis can handle. Bonus. Oh shit. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Uh-oh. Fuck. Well, that's that. Well, that was Battle Frenzy. Let's load up a different game. So what we'll load next? Let's see. Let's do body count. What is this game? All right, let's check it out. Oh, it's a light gun game. This doesn't look bad, but it's weird. Yo, that fucking spider robot looked like the one from Mega Man X. Kinda looks like it, or at least reminds me of it. Well, that was that. What's next? Sega Channel. Let's try Iron Hammer. Let's see how this one is. Also, I actually forgot something. Let me just do this. Because I forgot to put the going live on Blue Sky. So they have it so you can, it will show that you're live. Well, let's do that. I gotta remember to do that every time before I start stream.
Take out the enemy and pick up as many energy pads as possible.
Let's see how this game is.
Pre-check completed.
Prepare to disembark.
So it's a tank game.
Incoming.
There we go. I see what they're going for with this game, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to really do. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch because I'm not sure what you're supposed to do here. All right, let's do a different game. Apparently there was a Magic School Bus game for the Genesis. Let's show it off for a bit. Not gonna spend too long on it, but let's check it out. Oh, let's check it out. The moon takes 28 days to circle the Earth. Whereas it takes the Earth 365 days What's that picture of? 365 days to pass over the sun, or rather orbit the sun. So, cheese. Great picture. This game is supposed to be from the early childhood. Astro Blaster. What the fuck? The fucking underground theme of Mario? It fucking sounds like it. What the fuck? So it goes from first person. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna switch games. I just didn't want to spend too much time on that one. Oh, what's next? Let's see here. Let's do Sonic 3D Blast Test Drive version. What's so special about this one? You're gonna see. They split the game in half. That's what they did. And for the second half, you have to finish the first couple stages and then put the password, and then to play the second half of the game. This game came out in '96. Collecting the rings. Get the fucky. Those knuckles. There we go. All I gotta do is finish the stage and that's it. Such a stupid easy bonus stage. Special stage. Got it. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Now we gotta get the last flicky. Then we move on to the next area. There we go. All right, here we go. There we go. Now we go to the next. Now we need to get the rest of the flickies. The funny thing about this game is that it was developed by Traveler's Tales. The same Traveler's Tales who would make Sonic R. Sega reached out to them because they made a Toy Story game for the Genesis and Super Nintendo. They were impressed with how great it looked, so they contacted them to make this. And Sonic R. And then they would later go on to make games for Lego. Which they still do, to this very day. Two more to look for. Same one-up theme as Sonic and Knuckles. There we go, we're done. Here we go. Sonic got through Act 1. Also, Act 1 of Green Grove was used in Sonic Adventure. It was Windy Valley. There we go. Red Blicky. All right, let's go. I still need to do a full playthrough of this game. There we go. Let's get some rings. Need 2 more flickies. One more. And we got another section coming up. Let me take a look around real quick. There we go. into the next act, which is going to be a boss act.
Fighters ready. Engage.
Missed. There we go.
You win.
Let's go. Alright, we're gonna switch ROM. We're gonna switch games. Let's see what I'll show off next. Alright, let's see what we got. Sega Channel variants. Let's do data differences from retail. Let me see what we got here. Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow. I showed off the Super Nintendo version before, but here's the Genesis one. Let's do it. For Genesis, it actually looks really good visually. Nice. He's out of there. A lot. There was Garfield caught in the act, which had there were levels that were not found in the original game, but were exclusive to Sega Channel. There was a Popeye game that was canceled, as well as a Sega Genesis version of the Flintstones movie game that was canceled at retail but had a very brief stint on Sega Channel. There was also demos of games that were released, like Super Street Fighter 2, The New Challengers, had half the roster missing. And then there were two halves of Mortal Kombat 3. One half had one half had like half the roster, and the other had the other half. Yep. I never had a Sega Channel though, but nor did I knew the half roster thing. Yeah, I never had it, nor do I knew anybody who had one. Right now, I'm playing Maui Mallard, which is pretty much Donald Duck. Started getting the internet in 1997 a year after getting a computer. Oh, wow. But Sega Channel itself was way ahead of its time. It managed to beat so many different services to the punch. My cable provider back in the day did not have Sega Channel as part of a subscription service, and even if it did, my parents would have said no. Gotta get to the other side. Yeah, we're gonna switch games. I'm getting frustrated with that part. Let me show this one. Wacky Worlds? Oh, is that the... Oh, wait. That's that painting game. With Sonic. I remember seeing this, but I never picked it up. And it's like Nintendo Nintendo had Rare make Donkey Kong Country, and then Sega responded with Vector Man. Oh yeah, this game. Yeah. Yeah. I need to actually sit down and play it. I think I kind of like the Super Nintendo version more. But yeah, Wacky Worlds is weird. Let me go to a different game. Let's do wait, what's this one? What game is this? Oh, Super Hang On. Wait, what's different about this version of the game? Hang on a minute. I wonder what's the difference. But yeah, I should at least play Mallard at some point. I was never really that big on these games. And even then, I would prefer the arcade version. While often thought to be a very close conversion, the Mega Drive version of Super Hang-On makes the number of cutbacks, with fewer opponents on screen at any one time, each sharing fewer animations. Yeah. It was broadcasted a lot on Sega Channel. I guess this is one of those games between 94 and 97. I guess it's one of those games where people were comfortable playing on Sega Channel but weren't comfortable buying. Ten different times. Game over. I never got into it even when I played Shenmue. It's also in the Yakuza games. Or at least, I know it was in Yakuza 0. It's also one of the early Mega Drive games too. Yeah, it was. And over here we got Quackshot, which is a Donald Duck game for Genesis. And I grew up with this one. November 1989. This was a game I grew up with. But yeah, like this game is one of my favorites on the Genesis as a kid. I played this at Castle Evolution back to back. Just got a VR chat session, nice. Donald Duck eats the peppers, then he goes into a huge frenzy. Temper frenzy. Daytona USA VR, yeah, that shit was dope. We're going to have one this weekend. We're gonna have one this weekend, and that's why I'm gonna make sure to buy shit tomorrow. The worst of it's gonna be on Sunday. Yeah, this one I can't shoot up. I have to get a different plunger. It's gonna be worse next month. Here we go. Here you got a special key, the hero key. You're hoping the worst is over? Yeah. I bet this game was played a lot on the Sega Channel. Also, the funny thing is I played this game before I played DuckTales on the NES. There's another Donald Duck game I want to play, and that's Going Quackers. Donald used it, so let's go in. Like, I used to be way into Mickey Mouse growing up, but as I got older, I gravitated a lot more towards Donald Duck. If only sometimes I could understand what he says. Well, the older shorts, was a little hard to follow. And then I wouldn't be shocked that the most amount of things he'll say is like people demanding like Donald Duck demanding Sora, the people demanding Donald Duck to heal because Kingdom Hearts. Hey Twilight Autumn, good to see you. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. You're well? Nice. Yeah, like, I'm doing as good as I can. I am not looking forward to the snowstorm we're gonna get this weekend. But it's gonna be worse on Sunday. You're in panic mode for that? I'll be in panic mode tomorrow because, like, that's when I'm gonna prepare. Even though I have a few things already. You're saying 1 to 2 feet at the moment? Yeah, I'm hearing that too. Though it might actually affect the certain areas of my state, but not, it might not affect the city as much, but we'll see. So now we got the red plunger. I'm self-employed, so losing a day is not fun for me, so I'm attempting to go out and make extra to compensate. Alright, that's fair. But I hope that goes well. For me, like, I'm struggling to get a job. I just want something. And especially, like, the last, like, 2 years have been kind of, like, terrible. But I wanna make this year a better year for me, but we'll see. Today went well. I woke up early, which is unlike me. Ah, okay. Let's go up here. So I'm trying to find a better job so I can do some things this year. Yeah. For me, it's job and also finding someone that can take care of my mom full time when I'm not home, especially on the weekends. You want to attend Zelda Dawn in person? I would love to go to Zelda Dawn. I've never been to Zellathon. I've never been to GDQ. But I would love to. But if there's anything I'm looking forward to this year, it's PAX. I am so looking forward to PAX. We're doing the doc team for Zellathon for the last 2 events. Nice. I love PAX. I've been to a total of 8 different PAX East events. My first one was back in 2014. And the last one I went to was last year. It's gonna be a 3rd year enforcing PAX. Nice. I would love to go to Combo Breaker at some point. There's so many events I want to go to. I want to go to PAX West and see how the venue is over there. I heard that the venue for PAX West is bigger than the one for PAX East, but I definitely want to check it out. Yeah, East is basically about like 3 to 4 hours like away. I'll have to figure out how I'm gonna get there, but yeah, I would love to go to Emo, but that's in the West Coast. Oh, fuck. I'm 40 minutes north, so I just drive in every day. Oh, nice. Because I used to carpool with people, but then one of my friends stopped going to PAX ever since he got married. And now he's a dad. Then afterwards, like I carpool with other people, and then eventually, like, last year I did Amtrak, but there was a time where, there was one time I actually used one of those Greyhound buses. I don't know if I'll do Greyhound again. It wasn't bad, but it's always a panic of worrying that you might miss it, and you have to pay for another ride. But then again, like, I took Greyhound in 2022 because it was the first PAX after the pandemic for PAX East. It's a blip of Mickey Mouse. Got what we need, let's get out of here. I'm looking forward to PAX. Can't miss the Amazonian transforming at the main theater in me. All right. I'll definitely say hi. You also doing your first cosplay this year? Awesome. Can't wait to see it. For me, I'm gonna cosplay too. I'm gonna be Foreman Spike from the Super Mario Brothers movie. He was also in Wrecking Crew. That's what I'll be. I gotta look the part too, since I got the beard. Oh shit. I still need to play Deltarune, but I'm personally waiting. I'm waiting until the entire set of Deltarune is complete. I know Chapter 5 is coming out this year. Because I want to do the whole thing in one go. I'm debating on doing the same thing for Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy. Because we got Remake and Rebirth. And I'm thinking the third game's gonna come out in like either next year or 2 years. I needed chapter 3 and 4 of my life when I played them. I cannot wait for Final Fantasy VII Remake the third. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna call it. So, first one's Remake, second one's Rebirth. Will they call it Revival? Reunion? Redemption? Oh yeah, the bubblegum ammo. Ready or not? The back half of the OG 7 is all about reunions. True. I did beat the original Final Fantasy 7 years ago. I played it on Switch when it came out. It was the remastered version that had the ability to fast forward and make everything fast. And get rid of random battles. I'm looking forward to playing Remake. I wonder if I'll like the Remake trilogy more than the original. Yeah, I heard that Rebirth was bloated. Hey, Space Robot Arm with the raid, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. So you're streaming retro tonight. Let me actually lower the audio a little bit because it was a little bit loud. All right. But welcome, welcome. My Ford rusted. The third Genesis is untested. Welcome. What type of retro were you doing tonight? Gotta represent the Twitch Retro Creators Club, which I'm a proud member of. I wonder how many people from the Retro Club will be at PAX. So I'm looking forward to it. Let's play Resident Evil Outbreak on PS2. It's pretty dang tough. Oh, wow. I've never played the Outbreak games. Those are some games I'll eventually play. You hoping Emmy will be there? Oh, I would love to meet her. By the way, I'm bringing my podcast back in March. So for both Space Robot Arm and Twilight Autumn, would you both love to be guests on my podcast in the future? Because it's a different topic each week. Because I could go over what topics I have planned for this year, if you both are interested. Of course. All right. Awesome. Yeah. I think I tried to get you on Space Robot Arm for beat 'em ups, but then I think you had a conflict. But I would love to have you on for the future. because there's a couple of ideas I want to try to go over, as well as figuring out what the 100th episode will be, because I've been doing the podcast for about 4 years now. But usually I host them around like spring and fall. And I host retro nights usually like once or sometimes twice a month. Sharing with Shellshock. Always down to chat about games? Oh, absolutely. There are other cons I'm planning to go to this year besides PAX. I'm hoping to go to too many games, but we'll see what happens with that. And, but it depends on a couple of factors. So, we'll see about that one. I also want to do Long Island Retro, like I always do every year. All right, this is the one that goes up. Oh, I love Long Island Retro because it's the closest gaming con to me. Though PAX East is a little further, but I love going there. I used to go to New York Comic Con, but it's not good anymore. But I definitely want to go to different conventions within this country. Pretty far from me, but worth the trip, yeah. But I don't do New York Comic Con anymore. Oh yeah, Retro World Expo. I have a friend who goes there. Because it's a lot closer to him than it is for me. It's probably maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours for me. But I don't mind the travel though. I never mind traveling. Because I love meeting new people and trying out different things for the first time. Something I want to do. I want to do more of. Once I can get my situation at home like sorted out.
Fighters ready. Engage.
Fighting against a Dracula like duck. Popcorn will be better. We got this. Got him.
You win.
Let's go. We got the treasure. Well, treasure map at least. However, this is where I'm gonna wrap things up in a little bit. I'm gonna do one more game since we got rated. We're gonna showcase one more game. All right. So what we'll showcase? Let me go over here. Postman. Oh, fucking hell. We got ad break. I apologize. Alright, let me just change the controls. Attack, jump, and it makes C the Voltecker. I love Pulse Man. I was hoping that there was a version of the game where they translated the dialogue, the text dialogue in the game to English.
Climb in progress.
The voice is in English, but I was hoping they would have translated it for Sega Channel, but they never did.
Okay.
If we would have got this in North America, it would have been 95.
Stage 1.
Maybe there might have been a translated version that might still be lost, but we almost got this game in North America in card form, but they put it on Sega Channel. Pole taker. There we go.
Energy repair.
So I know that this was done by because this game was from Game Freak. And this game came out like 2 years before Pokemon did. Before Pokemon released in Japan. Because like they were just working on multiple games to get funding for the original Pokemon. I think that was before Nintendo signed on to be a publisher for Pokemon. Damn it! I was actually very close to the end of the stage. The music actually works for this game. So this game to me feels like if it was Mega Man meets Sonic. But it's more Mega Man than Sonic in a way. We're in the studio now. Damn it. I did stream this game before in 2023. That was around the time when they brought this to the Switch, so I played it on that. Great game.
Energy repair.
Let me go in.
Be careful.
Oh, I was able to do that? Shit. Ah, damn. Well, this is where we'll wrap things up. But yeah. So that's the Sega Channel, like showcasing different games. Some of them you couldn't get anywhere else, and also special versions of games that you would see normally in retail. Some of them were just demos. Some of them are prototypes that were of games that were canceled, lost levels of games that from like already released retail games, and a lot more. It was a lot of fun going through this tonight, but we do have a retro night next week, so I'm going to showcase what it is.
Focus, get up, don't get up, I'll never let up. Ferocious, I'm fed up, dismissing the competition. You're hopeless, I'll trash their ambition. Listen, you want a class on tradition or one condition? Forget the best of the century. Talk about the best of all time, you better mention me. Essentially, I'm the best there's ever gonna be. I hold my ground, you never take it from under me. Don't run to me, it's gonna be trouble. I hit you so many times, you see triple or double instead of one of me. I got more heart, more ways to tear you apart. I'll lay you down early on, or maybe in the later round.
Yep, so the next retro night, that's the next retro night. So as you can see, that's the lineup. Well, the next retro night is going to be Wrestling Games 2. So next Thursday, same time at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to showcase Wrestling Games. So we did Wrestling Games before for retro night, but this time the focus is going to be the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and the Wii and the Xbox. That particular era. Those are the games we're going to focus on for Wrestling Games 2 for Retro Night. So tomorrow we're going to play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And on Sunday we're going to play Kirby Air Riders. And if anyone's not on the Discord, make sure to join the Discord. Here it is. Where you would be able to join in the community and talk, chill, play games, and hang out. Have a good time. And I also have a Blue Sky, so if you're not following me on Blue Sky, make sure to go ahead and do so. In addition to Discord, that's the only other place where I'm going to post my streaming updates. So definitely give me a follow on Blue Sky if you already aren't. So regarding who I'm going to send the raid over to, I'm going to check it out in a second. But thanks to Hearts and Fights for the bits. Thanks to Mr. Retro Troll for the raid, and Space Robot Arm also for the raid. I really appreciate it. And to everybody that's followed tonight. We're going to see who is online to send the raid over to. Let me go ahead and get ready to check. Let's see. Who do we got? Who do we got? Plenty of people online. Looking at who we got, just gotta make sure if this person is gonna be on for a while. Because we got another person from the Retro Creators Club that I want to send the raid over to. He goes by Maximilian Sapphire. He's currently playing Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, which is a fantastic game, and one of the best, and in my personal opinion, the best 2D Donkey Kong game in the series. And no problem. Thank you for raiding me, Space Robot Arm. So we're gonna get the raid call going in just a second. I just gotta check one thing real quick. Yeah, because there was something that was outdated. There we go. Fixed it. All right, so let's get the raid call going. We're gonna go and send the raid over to Maximilian Sapphire, not Maximilian Dude. Maximilian Sapphire, who I've checked out their stream and they're pretty cool. So they're also from the Retro Community Club. Let's rate them. So remember, there's the regular raid call, and here's one for the subs. So with that, that's gonna do it. So make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your lovers you love them. Check them on them as always. Fight for everlasting peace. I'll see you guys next time. And be kind. Rewind. Good night, everybody.